It's fine. Okay, so free market, you're gonna need a
Nah, it's good.
Audio just cuts in.
Yeah, like here and there, but for the most part, we understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I get the general of what you're saying. It's just a little bit choppy every now and again.
YouTube live stream works. Good on YouTube.
YouTube.
John, mine is for 99% of the time it's good, but there is periodic because I'm on my cell phone that it gets a little fuzzy at times. But I'm getting most of it.
Excuse me, John. Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat that, please?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes. Bro. John, I have a question. Okay, so in comparison to the due south, the 180 degrees, in comparison to the 270, would that be a big difference in pay, like for the actual installer? Oh, Yeah, compared to compared to 180, it's 1323. Okay, so with that being said, I have one more question. So basically, what you're saying is like, okay, the more that we get all the details in this, and to get to the exact specifics of what's going on, to where we can honestly walk up to a person and like whether it's not hot, whether no matter what the weather is, we're gonna have to be able to give them accuracy. So that's what's does accuracy sell more than just selling fast in solar business? Oh wow.
This isn't working. I'm trying to figure this out.
We're gonna get that one.
Testing. Okay, now we're back on with
Okay.
the YouTube
and listen,
channel.
and
So
I
go to-
hear some.
Okay, now we're back on. Okay, so that's where we.
But
need to be. They might hear the chatter from Discord coming through my microphone.
okay,
We're
and
not going to be
you
able to
okay? Can you
remove
mute it?
that.
All right, welcome back. A couple of things we did differently is I changed the audio stream to the YouTube channel. So if you weren't getting the audio on the YouTube channel, you should be getting it now. Otherwise, if Discord's working out for you, stay within Discord. So we're going to get back to it. So kind of the takeaway from all this is that there's a lot more flexibility in solar design than people think. I mean, it used to be that big fields of solar would be fixed in place and face south. Nowadays it's just as common to have the solar arrays on trackers, and instead of facing south, the trackers go from east to west. While due south is going to give you the most amount of orientation, anything that's southeast to southwest is only going to be producing 3 to 5% less than what a south-facing array would be. And even due east or due west orientations, even though there is less performance, even though there is performance loss, some other aspects of the project can still make these surfaces viable. So actually, the shallower the tilt, the less the solar array is impacted by what direction it faces. I mean, if a solar array is all the way flat, if it's looking straight up in the air, how the module is oriented, if it's facing straight up in the air, whether or not that module is oriented east or west, it doesn't matter. It only the orientation, whether the module faces east, west, north, south, that it only matters the steeper the tilt gets. So like a 12-12 roof is a 45-degree tilt angle versus a 512 roof, that's a walkable roof. It's a roof you can walk up and down on. A east-west array at a 12-12 roof loses 20% of its production. An east-west array that is at a shallower tilt, a 512 roof, might only lose 15% of its production. Down south it's even less than that. So pretty much the only thing you don't do is orient the modules north, although you can't rule that out completely. What's kind of funny is the further east you go. So once you get up into, say, New York City, you start to see arrays that are bolted down the sides of the buildings. And even though an array that is straight up in the air at a 90-degree tilt angle, PV Watts will tell you that produces far less than an array that's kind of oriented up towards the sky. But there's other factors at play. The cost of electricity is a big one. So we're going to get into that. But like just for example, in New York City, the cost of electricity is 2 to 3 times more expensive than electricity, the average electricity pricing throughout the United States. So even though in New York City, if I bolt the solar array down the side of the building, it produces 30% less power than if it were up on top of the rooftop, because the price of electricity is so expensive in New York City, that can still be a viable project. And so the real takeaway when selecting good roof surfaces for solar is, do you have a large and open space for the array? If you have a roof surface that's really good, but it can only fit 1 or 2 solar panels, that's not a good job site. If you have a surface that is not facing south, but it's large and open, that still can be a good job site. Okay, so the skill that I want y'all to learn today, this is the most important thing for you to learn today, which is how to do energy estimating of solar array sizes. So this skill, if you learn this number, you will be able to estimate solar performance in your area in your head. So if it's a great skill to say to someone, well, how much solar energy is the array going to produce? If you can turn around and say, oh, it's going to produce about this much, that's a great sales skill. It shows you know what you're talking about. And so what I recommend doing is using PV watts to figure out what 1 kilowatt of solar will do. And so what we just saw in our Maryland example, and let's just for clarity, because we're all new here in class. And remember, in Edison, New Jersey, we're doing a PV watts example. Let's just start over from scratch. So what we want to do is a PV watts example, and this is, I want you to actually do this. I want you to click on the link and go to PV watts and perform a PV watts calculation. And we're going to do it for Edison, New Jersey. And we already did this calculation, but we're kind of skipping over the satellite data section, and we're putting in a 1 kilowatt array at a standard roof tilt, at a standard orientation, and clicking go. And we see that a 1 kilowatt array produces 1,333 kilowatt hours per year. So we've seen that already in the first half of the class. If we go and we do, instead of a 1 kilowatt array, if we go and we do a 10 kilowatt array, if we do something 10 times as big, well, we get 10 times as much power. Instead of 1 kilowatt producing 1,300 kilowatt hours per year, 10 kilowatts produces 13,300 kilowatt hours per year. And what we can see is minor changes. If this is not a 512 roof pitch, but if it's a 612 roof pitch, so instead of being 22 degrees, it's 26 degrees. Instead of producing 1,333 kilowatt hours per year, we're producing, actually that's a little bit more, 1,360, but only slightly, 1%, no big deal. If we go and we make it a 30 degree tilt instead of a 20 degree tilt, we're still at 1,300, and instead of 33, it's 72. But that's so negligible in a general conversation, that's not enough to break the bank. If our solar array is not facing due south, but it's slightly off from south, if it's 190 degrees instead of 180 degrees, we can see from PV watts that our energy budget barely changes at all. If we go all the way to, southwest or southeast, even still, this number barely fluctuates. And so what I recommend you kind of just burning into the back of your head is the fact that up in your area, up in the New Jersey area, and in New Mexico, it's going to be greater than this, okay? But up in New Jersey, 1 kilowatt of solar produces about 1,333 kilowatt hours of energy per year. And what that means is that 1 watt of solar in New Jersey produces 1.3 kilowatt hours per year. And if you know that ratio, if you know 1 watt produces 1.3 kilowatt hours a year, and you know that number is not going to change too much, whether it's a south-facing array or a southeast-facing array or a south-facing array or a southwest-facing array or a 20-degree tilt or a 10-degree tilt or a 30-degree tilt, these changes in tilt angle and orientation are only going to impact the production slightly. If it's facing east or west, it might impact it by as much as 20%. But southeast, southwest, these shallow variations in tilt angle have very little impact on your array performance. So that lets you talk generally about solar. If I have a 250 watt solar panel and I'm producing, for every watt, I'm producing 1.3 kilowatt hours a year. How much energy is my 250 watt solar panel going to produce? Well, 250 watts times 1.3, maybe 1.33. That solar, that solar panel is going to produce 332 kilowatt hours per year. And so what that means is if I have a 10 kilowatt solar array, how much production per year is a 10 kilowatt solar array going to produce in Edison, New Jersey? About. Exactly. Yeah. So if I have a 5 kilowatt solar array, about how many kilowatt hours per year is a solar array going to produce in Edison, New Jersey? A 5 kilowatt. So 5,000 watts. Yeah, so what you would do is you'd multiply 5 by 1.3 in your head, and that'll be about 6,500 kilowatt hours. So if you know that number, 1 watt produces 1.3 kilowatt hours per year, and you understand that most solar arrays are going to be facing about south. Most solar arrays are going to be following a standard roof tilt, which is about 20 to 30 degrees, and the energy doesn't change that much. You should be able to just in conversation say, if I'm done with my array layout, and someone says, so let's say someone came to you and they say, okay, I bought 8,000 watts worth of panels, which is typically what comes on a pallet of solar panels. You go and buy a pallet of solar panels and it's an 8 kilowatt system. How much energy is that going to produce a year? If you know your ratio of your area, and in New Jersey, it's 1 watt produces 1.3 kilowatt hours. In New Mexico, in the sunny Southwest, it's going to be closer to 1.5. But if you know this ratio in your area, 8 kilowatts times 1.3, 8 times 3 is 24. So it's going to produce about 10,400 kilowatt hours of production a year. So knowing this ratio will automatically make you sound like you're a solar pro who just knows all the energy estimates off the top of their head, because 1 watt produces 1.3 kilowatt hours, and so 10 kilowatts produces 13,000 kilowatt hours. And if it's an east or west facing array, then you knock off 20%. A 10 kilowatt array produces 13,000 kilowatt hours, and you knock off about 20% from that, you're going to be down to closer to 10,000 kilowatt hours. So PV Watts is a great tool to play around with, but also particularly to know what 1 watt produces how many kilowatt hours per year on. That's a great kind of industry number to know. And that's going to come back to play in class. Now, with PV Watts, there's a lot more that goes on behind the scenes. So one of the things that I'm always doing in solar design work is going to PV Watts and downloading the data, because you can actually download the calculations that PV Watts is making for every single hour of the year. And so that's going to tell you not just what PV Watts is doing over the course of the year or the course of the month. PV Watts will also tell you, every single hour of the year how much energy the array is going to produce. And so when we're going to go and look inside this PV Watts data in a minute, but what PV Watts can tell you is how many sunny days there are in your area, how many cloudy days there are in your area, because you're going to actually be able to look at the PV Watts data on a day-by-day basis and see, the differences from day to day, because it's actually using local weather data to make this estimate. And you can see all the other factors and variabilities that go into it. So when you actually download the result, here's a PV Watts hourly data download for a 1,000 watt solar array. And so here we have in the month of January, on January 1st, at midnight, well, there's no energy, there's no sunlight in the air. But then come 7 or 8 a.m., we start to see that there is sunlight in the air and the solar array wakes up. And so we can see this 1,000 watt array on January 1st at high noon is producing about 660 to 650 watts of power. So it's not using its full capacity in January because the sun's off angle. The sun's lower in the sky. The panels aren't directly facing the sun. And so there's some losses and derating associated with that. Here we have January 9th, and unlike on January 1st, where we have all this sunlight from 7 in the morning to 5 p.m. at night, under the same time frame, we don't have any sunlight, except a little bit. So what that's saying is on January 9th, PV Watts is modeling a cloudy day versus on January 1st, where PV Watts is modeling a sunny day. And so when I get into like off-grid design and I have to know, well, how many days in a row is a customer going to go without sunlight? PV Watts tells you this in the hourly download. If I wanted to know how much power the solar array is producing, at high noon in the month of January, PV Watts can tell me that as well. And so PV Watts is, I'm not expecting you to really get into the hourly data at this point in time, but just understand that PV Watts is a very powerful and free resource that's almost a standard it is a standard in the solar industry. Every solar installer and designer uses PV Watts to generate energy estimations. We still haven't told you how to determine the array size. We'll be getting to that in the next 2 days. But once you have your array size, you put that information into PV Watts and it'll tell you how much energy it produces. Sure. Yeah, it's always best when you're doing modeling like this to not push the limits. And so we're going to talk in greater detail about some of the variables that go into this PV Watts estimate. But if you're going to PV Watts and you're not changing anything except the array size and what direction the array faces, PV Watts will give you a quality, conservative performance estimate to put in front of the customer. And that's great because whether or not you're aggressive with PV Watts or conservative with PV Watts, whether or not you're giving the customer something on the high end of the range or the low end of the range, that is not going to be the reason why the customer chooses you to do solar. You know, if there could be another installer using PV watts and they're a little more aggressive and they come in and say, well, our system is going to produce a little bit more than that. You know, that's not, you know, marginal differences in performance, which might just be someone kind of being a little more aggressive with their model. That's not going to be what makes what wins you the project or not. There's, you know, other aspects of design professionalism that we'll get into to better differentiate yourself. But if you're telling a customer how much energy a solar array will produce, PV watts is data that you can take to the bank. Okay, now there's one factor that we didn't get into in PV watts, which is this system loss number. And so when we're talking about being conservative with PV watts, I just recommend keeping this number as is. And so a more detailed installer who has a very good understanding of the systems he designs and the performance based on his material selection and design nuance, he says, well, I'm actually overperforming the PV watts estimate. They might reduce this number. PV watts is modeling a 14% system loss. Advanced solar designer might say, well, I'm comfortable modeling an 11% system loss. But the difference between 11% and 14%, that 3% performance difference is not going to be the difference between winning the project and losing the project. So if you just standard energy performance estimating using the default value is fine. But let's talk about what goes into that 14% D-rate value for PV watts, and it'll start to be a discussion of what causes performance loss in a solar array. And so the first thing is soiling. So out of all of the system losses that PV watts is modeling in this 14% number, and it's not everything, but it's saying 2% of the array is going to be lost because of soil. Now, the fact is, if you have dust or pollen or dirt on your solar array, that does impact solar production. It doesn't impact it to the point where getting up on the rooftop regularly and cleaning the array becomes necessary, but it does also invite a little bit of common sense. You know, a rooftop is going to collect pollen in the air and dirt in the air. And so if you are in a particularly dirty area and you have the ability to put the array on the ground, that might not be a bad choice because it's easier to clean an array that's on the ground versus on the roof. And so where are areas that you get a lot of dust in the air? You know, if you have a home that's alongside a dirt road and there's cars driving up and down the dirt road and kicking the dirt up into the air, you know, you're going to have more dirt on your array than normal. And so your soiling loss might be twice that. It might be 4% instead of 2%. If you're in a particularly dirty area. You know, solar farms are generally dirty areas because, you know, they've taken a field and they've taken out all the grass and they've put in dirt roads between the modules and that dirt kicks up into the air. But a ground mount solar array is easier to clean than a roof mount. So most roof mount projects, you don't need to clean more than maybe once every 5 years. And so by the time year 5 rolls around, this soiling percentage might be closer to 4%. But it's dangerous to get up on a rooftop. And so for the most part, installers will tell their customers, no, you don't need to clean your panels. Don't worry about it. And what they're actually trying to say is, we don't want you to get up on the roof to clean your solar panels to increase your production by 2% or 3%. It's just not worth it. maybe have your panels cleaned every 5 years. If you're in a particularly dusty, dirty area or high pollen area and there's a lot of trees near your array, then maybe you'll need to clean the array more frequently. But a light layer of dust, a light layer of grime on the solar surface will impact the production by about 2%. And PV Watts is already factoring that in to their 14% system loss factor. One thing PV Watts is not really doing is accounting for shade. And it's a little confusing because it's showing a 3% loss because of shade. But if you get into the actual detail of PV Watts, it's going to show, as soon as the sun is coming up, it's going to show the solar array producing power. And up until the sun, drops down in the sky, it's going to show the solar array producing power. But in reality, in the very early morning and the very late evening, there's two things. One, nearby objects start to create very long shadows in the early morning and the early evening. The other is that there's a minimum amount of energy that's needed to turn the system electronics on or to keep them staying on. So PV Watts is a little bit aggressive in the very early morning and the very late evening in terms of modeling its energy performance. And so it backs that back out. It chops out the early morning and the early evening by saying, we are overestimating our production by about 3%. So PV Watts is assuming an unshaded solar array. You're not supposed to put solar in the shade. A shaded solar panel does not produce the same amount of energy that an unshaded solar array would be. And there are devices that we'll learn about that have gotten better at accommodating shade, but but sometimes calling a solar array shade tolerant hides the fact that a solar panel is supposed to go in the sun. And so PV Watts is not modeling shading, and you really have to start getting into computer modeling to do shade analysis. And we'll talk about that as part of our class. Another factor is snow. PV Watts is not assuming that snow is going to sit on top of the array. And, in most areas of New Jersey, right along the coastline, you're where you don't get snow sticking around on the rooftop, you're not going to have a lot of performance loss because of snow. So Justin, if Discord's not working out for you, go back to the YouTube live stream and watch it there. So if Discord is buffering, just go right there. And maybe we'll talk with Solar Landscape tomorrow, but maybe we'll start doing this in Zoom. But at any rate, if you're designing a solar array in, say, upstate New York, and you know that the Great Lakes are going to snow a lot on the panels themselves, then you might have to increase this number a little bit. Module mismatch. So again, this is our first day in class, so some of these concepts are going to be a little vague. But the fact is, when you take a solar panel and you wire it to another solar panel, whichever solar panel is weaker, it's going to drag down the rest of the array in that circuit. So if one solar panel is shaded, it's going to act like all the other panels are shaded. If one panel is smaller than the other panels, it's going to act like all the other panels on that circuit are smaller. And so it used to be 10 years ago when you bought a batch of solar panels, they would have a plus or minus 5% tolerance, where you buy a batch of panels, one could actually be producing 5% more energy than the other. Just based off the manufacturer quality. Nowadays, that tolerance has gone away. Where if anything, it's more like a positive 3% tolerance. So this module mismatch is, I kind of say is a little bit too aggressive with PV watts. In fact, when we get into our discussion of system components, the same stuff that eliminates shade impact eliminates this module mismatch. So some advanced installers will take that 14% number and instead model PV watts at 12% because they've eliminated this mismatch issue with their material selection. That's called microinverters or DC optimizers, and we'll be talking about that in class over the next few days. Wiring losses. Electricity experiences friction as it flows through your power lines. And so from the very end of the circuit up to your service panel, along that circuit, those wires through your walls, or the wires through the array down the side of the building to the point of interconnection, it's going through this friction called voltage drop. And generally speaking, you're sizing a solar array to be around a 2% voltage drop. And you eliminate that loss by upsizing your wires. So in traditional electrical design, you don't worry too much about voltage drop. You have the amount of ampacity that a cable can carry, that a wire can carry, and you size, I have a 40 amp device and I need 40 amp cable. Often in solar, you're going to be upsizing your wires well beyond the ampacity requirements in order to reduce the friction of these electrons and make the system a little bit more efficient. Connections, and again, I don't expect you to absorb all this stuff. Just sit back and just casually think about ways that electricity in a solar array could be imperfect, and all of these numbers add up to losses that PV watts is taken into account. So every time you cut a wire and then you splice it back together, so whether it's a vacuum cleaner that you're plugging into the wall, or on a solar array, you're plugging the modules into each other, and each one of those plugs is a connection point. Those connections have resistance in them, and so they add up to about a 0.5% loss. Light-induced degradation, nameplate ratings, and age, we're not ready to discuss yet. That's something that's going to come probably tomorrow or the next day. But the fact is, when you put a solar panel in the field, it starts to break down. And solar lasts a very, very long time. Often the solar panels will be removed from the job site before they're done with their life. So, let's see, Jimmy Carter put solar panels on the White House back in the late 70s. And those solar panels, they've moved sites. They took them off the White House and moved them to a school. But those solar panels still work. So what it's going to look like is, 20 years from now, the solar panels that we're installing in the field today are still going to be productive. It's just 20 years from now, the investor will have already made their payback, and they might say, you know what? rather than wringing out every last drop of energy from these panels, let's just scrap them and put new panels on. So solar panels are very long lasting, but they do break down over time, just very slowly. We'll talk about how they break down and why they break down and how it relates to the warranties over the upcoming days. But just know that they lose right off the bat. You know, you open them up almost like that new car smell. You buy the new car, it smells good. It's really all those factory chemicals coming off the leather, but then in a few days it goes away. You know, a solar panel, when it's brand new and never been used before, those electrons are excited and jumping around for the very first time. Eventually, they start to follow a similar pattern, and that pattern results in a little bit of a performance degradation. So in the first year of operation, a solar panel is going to lose about 2% of its performance as a one-time system loss, basically as it breaks into daily use. As it loses its new car smell, it's going to drop down in performance. At which point, after that, solar loses about 0.5% of performance each year, which is not a lot. But what that means is down the road, 20, 25 years from now, a solar panel will have lost 2% out of the gate and then 0.5% a year. So 20 years from now, it'll be producing 85% of what it's producing in year one. Lastly, the last kind of loss consideration that goes into this PV watts performance loss number is system availability. Solar is not perfect. And in fact, the more complicated solar gets, the less perfect it becomes. So an off-grid system, which has batteries and a lot more components, also has a lot more risk, and things can go wrong, and it has downtime. A traditional solar array that goes on a roof or out in a field where it's just panels, that doesn't have a lot of complexity. That doesn't need to have a lot of downtime. But PV Watts is saying that the solar array is going to be offline for 3% of the year. Now, 3% of the year, 365 days times 3%, they're saying the solar array is going to be offline for 11 days a year. And that's a lot. I mean, if something's going wrong with your solar array 11 days out of the year, the installer did not do their job. But the thing is, when something does go wrong, you might have a solar array working flawlessly for 2 or 3 years, and then something goes wrong and it needs maintenance. It might sit for a couple of weeks by the time you detect the problem, fix the problem, get the replacement part, and have the system be back up and running. So, modeling 3% availability for the year, I think it's conservative, but that's what PV Watts has chosen to say, is we're going to model the solar array being offline for 11 days a year, and that's pretty generous. And so mainly for that reason alone, the PV Watts number is going to be conservative. If you tell your customer the PV Watts calculation says you are going to produce this much, as long as it is an unshaded solar array in an area where there is not heavy snow, you're going to be fine. I mean, in New Jersey, if you get some snow on the roof, just keep in mind that PV Watts is saying for 11 days a year, there could be snow on the rooftop that's taking the array offline for 11 days a year. You're still going to hit the PV Watts calculation. Now, the main thing that PV Watts is not showing in this figure is losses due to temperature. That's calculated elsewhere in PV watts. That's an advanced issue, and we're going to get to that later. But the PV watts performance estimate does take into account temperature impact. Okay, and let's talk about simple economics for a minute. Okay, so we said we have a Con Edison electric rate customer. You're going to have to get used to reading electric bills in the solar industry. And it can be electricity markets can be very complicated. Some electricity markets are monopolies. Other electricity markets, you can have 12 different people trying to sell you electricity. And sometimes if the monopolies don't do a good enough job, they get deregulated. And so you might have a monopoly like Con Edison that has their standard rate, but they might have 12 other competitors that are offering their own rate programs. The point is, you work in this industry, you're going to have to get very good at reading electric bills. And so it looks like here in Edison, we're going to start off with simple economics. And these aren't going to be the end all. But we have 9 electric rates in Edison, New Jersey. And what we see is different rates ranging from 6 cents a kilowatt hour up to 12 cents a kilowatt hour. Electric rates can be difficult to determine. The best way to do it is to actually get a bill from your customer so you can see, exactly how they're being, how that 11-cent rate is being calculated. There can be fixed fees. There can be differences in solar buyback. You can't really understand that until you understand the simplicity of it first. Let's see. So residential rates and tariffs. So at the end of the day, you can go to your power company and pull up their electric rate tariffs and start to see how much they're charging for electricity and how they're charging it for different customers and different customer classes. So let's take a look at, this thing's the size of a phone book. This is a 632 page document of all the electric rates. And I guess this one is for New York, so I kind of got off track along the way. Let's just use it as an example. Basically the starting point is, the utilities have all sorts of different rate structures. They might have a electric rate just for the fire alarm system and have it on a standalone electrical account. They have different rates for multi-dwelling units, for apartment complexes, different rates for homeowners versus business owners. So what we're looking for is just a standard residential rate structure. And maybe, New York is really known for having a lot of red tape. So maybe they're not the best starting point. Sure, yeah. What's your power company? Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to steer our discussion that way, because if you take the time to understand the different electric rates being offered in your area, it's a very good strategy to pick the best one and design systems around the rates and go after that. And so sometimes that might be a business customer, other times it might be a residential customer. Let's New Jersey Edison residential. Let me try this a different approach just real quick. Okay, so what we're seeing right now is like the average cents per kilowatt hour in New Jersey is 15 cents per kilowatt hour. And so here's a First Energy Corp residential electric rate structure. Pulling it up. And so they say, okay, well, out of that 15 cents, you know, it might come out to 15 cents, but we're going to break it into a generation charge and a delivery charge. And the generation charge is around 9 to 10 cents. And then the delivery charge is 3 to 7 cents based on, you know, how many kilowatt hours the home is using. And so right now, if solar were to be put on the roof of this particular customer, it would first start taking off the over 600 kilowatt hours of monthly usage before it got into the under 600 kilowatt hours of monthly usage. And so this solar array would be generating at 10 cents plus 7.5 cents initially, and then it would drop down to 9 cents plus 3 cents. So that means that for anything over 600 kilowatt hours for this particular New Jersey First Energy electric customer, the solar array would initially generate at 17.5 cents a kilowatt hour, and then for the rest of its production under 600 kilowatt hours, it would generate at 11 cents a kilowatt hour, 12 cents a kilowatt hour. And then there's some seasonal differences too. This says in October and May, it's generating at 14 cents a kilowatt hour. So if you wanted to be like very complete in your economic analysis, you'd be putting in your solar array size and then getting the month by month printouts. And then, you know, if it's 14 cents January, February, March, October, November, and December versus, you know, maybe 17 cents in April through September, you can use that to form the basis of your economic calculation. Let's take a step back and just try and do a simple economic assessment of solar. And I'm going to customize this slide to the New Jersey area. You know, what we've seen is that some of the production on site could be at 17 cents in the summer until it gets down to zeroing out all the electric bill, at which point it drops down to like, 12 cents. So let's just say for grins that, the solar array, and then in the wintertime it drops down to 14 cents. So in the summertime, we can assume it's generating at more than 14 cents, closer to 16 or 17. In the wintertime, it's closer to 14. So let's just call it let's keep the math simple. Let's just say solar in New Jersey is generating at 15 cents a kilowatt hour. And we also know that PV watts ratio, that 1 watt of solar is producing about 1.33 kilowatt hours per watt per year. So this is the number that like a lot of solar installers don't know, but having that ratio burned into your head is very useful. It's useful for doing those off-the-cuff energy estimates. It's also useful for understanding your payback. You know, if 1 watt of solar is generating 1.33 kilowatt hours per watt per year, and each one of those kilowatt hours is worth about 15 cents. I keep closing my calculator. I do. if you multiply them together, 15 cents a kilowatt hour times 1.33 kilowatt hours per watt per year, what that means is the solar array is going to be producing about 20 cents per watt per year. And I think that this number is useful to know when calculating payback and budget, because the way that most payback and budgets are calculated is you take your installation price. So you take your, whatever the dollar per watt installation price is, let's say it's $2 per watt. If you know how many kilowatt hours you're producing and what the value of those kilowatt hours are, you can perform an economic calculation. So let's just go with a standard project in New Jersey. Let's say that standard project for residential solar in New Jersey installs for $3 per watt, and it's a 10 kilowatt solar array. And so that means the standard project in New Jersey is a $30,000 project. How much, what's the payback on that solar array going to be? Let me, hold on, my computer's moving a little slow here. Okay, I'm going to move all this off to the side here. And we're going to do a, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So this is how most of the industry kind of prices things out. Is they're going to, just give me a second to pull up a blank slide here. Hold on. Let me just get rid of this. Just trying to bring up a whiteboard. So how most of the solar industry does payback is this way. They'll say, okay, I'm gonna sell you a 10 kilowatt solar array, and it's gonna cost $30,000. And so the question is, well, how much money is a 10 kilowatt solar array gonna save me a year? Well, we know that electricity is going to cost about 15 cents a kilowatt hour. And we know that 1 watt of solar is going to produce about 1.33 kilowatt hours per watt per year. And so what I would do is I'd say, okay, well, a 10 kilowatt array is going to produce, we already did this earlier, how many kilowatt hours per year is a 10 kilowatt array going to produce? About 13,000. Right. And so if each one of these kilowatt hours is worth 15 cents, then 13,000 kilowatt hours times 15 cents per kilowatt hour, our kilowatt hour units are going to cancel out. And, that's going to say, 13,300 kilowatt hours times 15 cents. That solar array is going to save about $2,000 a year in electric bills. Okay? And so if the solar array were installed at $30,000, and it saves about $2,000 a year, then the payback would be 15 years. That's not very exciting. You know, most customers are going to want to pay back that sooner than that. Okay, well, yeah, so there's also the federal tax credit. And while that's stepping down, it is a political football, so who knows, maybe in the future it'll step up. But right now the federal tax credit is a tax credit of 26%. And so you apply a 26% tax credit to the $30,000. And so after the tax credit of 26%, you know, we got our $30,000 solar array and we take off the 26% tax credit, you know, that brings the price down to $22,000. And so after the tax credit, the solar array is $22,000. And so if it's saving us $2,000 a year, then the payback is 11 years, which is a lot better than 15. Many solar customers will still be all right with a 10 or 11 year payback. Yeah, it's like if they're spending $22,000 up front and they're saving $2,000 a year, it'll take them they'll be saving $2,000 a year off their electric bill, but it'll take them 11 years to get their money back. Now, that if I went and told you, you know, hey, loan me some money and I'll pay you back in 11 years, and then for the next 11 years, I'll keep paying you your money so that by year 22, you'll have twice as much money as you do today, you'd probably tell me to go take a hike. That's something that you're not particularly interested in. But solar customers, you know, it's more like they want to spend money on their property, and now here's a way that they can actually get their money back. Unlike doing other kinds of improvements where you go and you redo your kitchen, you're not going to get that money back. For commercial markets, it becomes a lot more serious. You have to be a lot more smart about how to get that payback better. But what's common up in New Jersey is you take something that has an 11-year payback. And if you put it in, you know, a lot of homes are financed under a long-term loan, maybe a 30-year loan. And so what's very common in the solar industry is because these like 11-year paybacks are not particularly good, the way that they sell them is by putting them into a long-term loan. And now when you take out a loan for anything, a car, a house, you got to pay interest. And you go and take out a car loan, it might be a 7-year car loan for a $20,000 car, but by the end of year 7, you've spent $40,000 because you've bought the car, but you've also paid the interest for it. And so so in general, the payback for solar has to be half of the loan term or less. Otherwise, they're going to spend more money on the loan than they're going to save on their electric bill. But the fact is, you can get long-term loans for solar, and if you put an 11-year payback into a 30-year loan, the loan payment is going to be less than the savings on the electric bill. So what's very popular in the solar industry today is, yes, there are certain customers who have enough money where they're just going to pay in cash for the array. You know, doctors, lawyers, business professionals who have some money saved up. They'll just take it out of the stock market, put it into a solar project, and write you a check for $30,000. But other customers who might have good credit, not the doctor, but the nurse, not the lawyer, but the teacher, they don't have the cash reserves to buy a solar array outright, but if they have a good credit score, they can still go and get a long enough loan for the loan payments to be less than the cost savings. The problem with that is it starts to really energize the market, and you can mislead the customer. You can say that they're going to save money off of their loan, but unless you know for sure, unless you're connecting all the economic dots, there's certainly aggressive solar companies out there that are overstating the value and can lock the customers into upside down solar loans where the company says you're going to save more money than what you're going to pay on the loan, and then the project gets installed and all of a sudden the customer is spending more money on the loan than they're saving on solar. So that's why you have to do more than just simple economic payback, but we got to start somewhere. And so let's do a simple economic payback. What I start looking at is like how many dollars per watt is the solar array costs dollars per watt to install. So how many dollars per watt does the solar array pay back on a given year? And so if my generation rate is 15 cents a kilowatt hour, and 1 watt of solar produces 1.33 kilowatt hours, you multiply those together, and what you get is 1 watt of solar saves in Edison, New Jersey, 20 cents per watt per year. And so if I wanted to sell a customer a array at a 10-year payback, and 1 watt saves 20 cents per watt per year, then my array cost should be no greater than $2 per watt to get a 10-year payback. And then I could actually go and divide by the 26% federal tax credit. And so, after I kind of back in the tax credit, I take a $2 a watt cost and then I divide by 74%. What that means is to get a 10-year payback in solar in New Jersey, you have to install for around $270 a watt. And in some states that's viable, in other states it's not. This isn't the only time we're going to talk about economics, but we just are trying to introduce to you these concepts right now. So often if I'm working for myself and I want to say, well, is solar viable in my region or not? I'll say, well, can I get a 10-year payback or not? If I can get a 10-year payback, I know that some customers will pay for it in cash and other customers will go out and get a long-term loan. But if they're getting a 20-year loan with a 10-year payback or a 30-year loan with a 10-year payback, it's going to be in their best interest. If it's a 10-year payback and they get a 10-year loan, it's not going to work out because of the interest fees. But anyway, that's kind of advanced economic modeling, and we just want to know the basics. So what I do when establishing what budget should people be installing solar at in my area, in my area, the cost of electricity is 10 cents, not 15 cents. And in my area, 1 watt of solar produces 1.4 kilowatt hours per watt per year instead of 1.33. So my annual payback is only about 14 cents per watt per year, whereas in New Jersey, it's 20 cents per watt per year, which is funny. In Mississippi, we get more sunlight than you do in New Jersey. And so you would think that solar would be better in Mississippi than it is in New Jersey. But in fact, it's worse because our electricity is cheaper. It's really the price of electricity that drives the solar market more than the amount of sunlight in the air. And for those reasons, you don't have to be afraid of going off angle. If your electricity price is sky high, like in New York City, you can bolt the arrays down the sides of the building and still have them be more cost effective than arrays where the price of electricity is cheap. And so a lot of solar design is really paying attention to how much that electricity is worth and not worrying so much about solar performance. No, it's basically what simple payback is used in the industry for is just determining, over how many years will it take you to get your money back. If you buy a $20,000 solar array, how many years will it get you to take your money back? So if you spend $20,000 and it comes with a $6,000 tax credit and you're saving $2,000 a year, 20,000 minus 6 is 14, then 14 divided by 2 is 7, and so you get a 7-year payback. Now the tax credit right now is not 30%, it's 26%, and it's 26% for the next 2 years, and then it's dropping down. So the solar industry really has two major problems. The first problem is it really relies on this tax credit to be economic. And then the other problem is it's expensive to install. And so we're going to take a closer look at how to really address the installation price. But in most states, solar is being installed for right around $3 per watt. And so often there are additional subsidies at the state level that make solar even more lucrative. And so we're gonna start talking about some of these policies that impact solar economics in a minute. So yeah, I don't really expect you to have absorbed a lot of that economic discussion at this point. What I'm really trying to hammer home here is that the price of electricity drives the market more than the amount of production. So in the southwest desert of the United States, you get a lot of solar production. Let's go and do a PV watts calculation for Albuquerque, New Mexico. If we go into PV watts and we go to, or let's do Phoenix. I think Phoenix is a little bit easier to spell than Albuquerque. So now we're in Phoenix, Arizona, and we're doing a PV watts calculation, and we're just going to do a 1 kilowatt solar array, all else being equal. Wow, look at that. Phoenix, Arizona is producing, for every 1 watt, is producing 1.7 kilowatt hours. So, Phoenix, Arizona is producing 30% more power out of the same solar array as in Edison, New Jersey. Okay? But in Phoenix, Arizona, their average electricity cost is 12 cents, whereas we saw in New Jersey it's 15 cents. And so, in Phoenix, Arizona, their cost of their value of electricity is about 20% less. And so maybe Phoenix is a little bit of an exception. You get outside of Phoenix, their electricity price goes down. PV watts is not the best economic tool. It's a really good performance tool. It's not the best economics tool. But the fact is, in the Southwest United States desert, you will get 20 to 30% more juice out of the solar array. In the desert, there's more sunlight, and you will get more juice out of the solar array in areas where there's more sunlight than, say, you do up in the Northeast. However, the other side to the coin that needs to be considered is the price of electricity. There's up in New Jersey, the cost of electricity is 15 cents a kilowatt hour. Over in Oklahoma, the cost of electricity is 8 or 9 cents a kilowatt hour. It's half the price of what it is in New Jersey. So electricity may vary by 30% going across the country, but the price of electricity can vary by 100%. It can double as you go up the coast. So the Northeast is not known for sunny weather, but it is known for high electricity cost. And that makes the Northeast a better solar market than in other parts of the country. Not because it has a lot of sunlight, but because it has high-priced electricity. So wherever you have high-priced electricity is where you have a good solar market. So just remember, in this industry, it is not really about how much solar electricity you produce. It's how much that solar electricity is worth. So if you want to transition from the field into sales or management, or even run your own solar company, you have to know how much the electricity is actually worth to the customer. Right now we're talking about industry average pricing, industry average performance, industry average electricity costs. You have to go into the detail and know for each individual customer what the nuances of their electric bills are in order to really understand what they're saving at. We already kind of let's take another look at some project budgets. We'll take another 15-minute break at the top of the hour because we kind of did 2 15-minute breaks instead of one half an hour. But continuing on our discussion here, what this is saying is that solar panels cost about 50 cents per watt right now. So in 2019, I'm usually buying my solar panels for right around 50 cents per watt. There are top shelf panels that cost a lot more than that. There are scratch and dent sales that you can cost a lot less than that. But for the standard solar panel that goes on the roof, it costs about 50 cents per watt. Now there's the inverter that converts the DC solar electricity into the AC electricity. That's about 20 to 30 cents per watt. We have these budgets broken out on another slide later, and I can get you all the slides to this program. But just kind of get a sense for project budgets. The out of your material costs, the panel's about 50 cents. The inverter's about 20 cents. The rest of the system in terms of electrical gear, it's not a negligible cost. The conduit, the breakers, the racking, stuff that we're going to learn more about as we go on. Labor is a small portion of the budget. It's not a large portion of the budget. So that's kind of weird. In traditional power plants, half of the cost is material, half of the cost is labor. In a solar power plant, labor might only be 10% of your project budget. So you're installing very expensive things for relatively few man hours, and that's usually a value. That usually means the labor can actually be paid a little bit more than in other industries where you might have more of a 50-50 share between costs and labor. And this big chunk of undefined cost is basically supply chain, overhead, and profit. And so the larger the project gets, the less profitable it gets. If you're a residential solar company and you're doing $100 million of solar projects, you're going to have more money in your bank account than if you're a utility scale project where you do $100 million, because those big, large utility scale projects, they get by with less, profit and material markup for that matter. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. We'll pick back up at 15 till, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about solar policy and what really defines project costs to better understand where the market is and how to figure out some local data that you can start assessing the market in your local area. Let's take 15-minute breaks. We'll pick back up at 3:15 Eastern. Yeah, Justin, go ahead and ask your question. Okay, hold on, Justin. I need to turn your volume up. I hear you very well. What was that? What I'm gonna do is create a text channel. Let me kind of show you how that's gonna happen. Is basically I'm creating, as we go along, recordings of the program, and so I'm gonna put them in this kind of, when you take the class tomorrow, you're gonna see the recording in the classroom. So just wait till tomorrow, and you'll see the recording in the appropriate section. And that'll be around for quite some time to come, so that you'll be able to come back and reference it. Yeah, and you can go into this classroom and watch any of the videos that I developed for solar installers. The Design Your Solar Roof class is a particularly good one for. These are more advanced, faster paced, and assume a little bit more knowledge than what we're doing with this training. But like just starting off with the rooftop solar class or the Design Your Solar Roof class for additional learning, we're going to cover a lot of the same material, except what we're doing here is going to cover it in a more basic way, whereas these other classes are going to get much more into advancing the knowledge of solar design. But we got 40 hours in class. There's going to be a lot of detail over the next few days for array layouts, system design sizing. We're also going to talk about installation practices so that you're actually useful when you show up on the job site. But I'm trying. You also have some field training that's going to go on, and so I'm going to try and make sure that y'all are familiar with all the terms and performance issues and safe material handling. All that's coming throughout class. I probably need to put the agenda up in the classroom. So this thing kind of came together at the last minute. I had to run around and finish up some project work over the weekend to make sure we were ready for the whole week ahead. So I install about half my time. I teach about half the time. So anyway, we're getting all our wrinkles ironed out today. Yeah. Yeah. So some of we're gonna the PowerPoint I'll probably just link in the Discord classroom. Um my website, it's probably worth checking out, is my website's Community.Solar. And so for a lot of these classes that I teach, beyond the Discord gets you kind of live interaction and stuff. But I put my classes on YouTube. So the videos you can either find on my YouTube channel, or you can just go directly to the website, and the website will have course recordings, and then for some of the classes, not all the classes, um, I have these illustrated texts. Now, I don't have an illustrated text for what we're doing in class today because we're doing it live. But y'all are just the first 20 students coming through the program. And so give us a couple of months, maybe 2 months, and we'll have something like this for your actual program. And so this is my introduction to rooftop solar class. The recording's in the Discord. I teach this to a lot of design engineers, but we got, slides and actual descriptions. So if you want to do some after class reading, I'll just put the link right there, but that would be a good starting point. Sure. Yeah, I'm pretty open with sharing my course content and material because generally the way that my business works is it's for either trainings like this that are part of a larger program, or once you get into industry and you get certified, you have to take continuing education. And so the content that I write and develop, I'm very open with sharing. I want you guys to get into this industry. Even if you don't go fully into solar, I was looking at your backgrounds. There's a lot where, let's say you're an HVAC, knowing a little bit of solar and batteries can enhance your existing HVAC work. And sometimes that can give you a competitive edge. Solar installers are looking to do more than just solar. They're trying to get in and do like all of the home's electric service. And I certainly see a lot of overlap between HVAC and solar in terms of skill sets. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that today, actually. So we'll leave it for after the break. We still have about 15 minutes. And we can do some Q&A after the break, too. I just got to go smoke a cigarette. So we'll be back. Yeah, what's up? Sure, Tony. And I think tomorrow, I think when I started out today, I didn't have my microphone feeding into the YouTube channel, so that wasn't very fruitful starting out with. But we just fixed that, and so tomorrow, I think we're gonna just start right back in the Discord, and students with audio issues can follow along on the YouTube channel, and that should be just as good as trying to get Zoom set up or something like that. So tomorrow we'll just well, I'll tell you what, Tony. The statistics that this classroom tracks are things like text messaging and the amount of time that you spend in the voice channel, like we are doing now. Like right now, it's logging everybody's minutes, and then it even differentiates between when people have their microphone off and on. So we will be able to see which students are asking more questions, both by chat and by voice, so that there is statistical data available to see which students are participating the most. Um, it's for everybody's general knowledge. Yeah. Um, people who are the most successful in this industry are the ones who have the best knowledge of electrical installation skills. So, if you're an electrician and you're sitting in the back of the room following along to everything, you might be quiet, but you're still going to be successful. But you're not going to learn if you don't know what you're doing. You're not going to learn by not asking questions and sounds good. Well, for the rest of class, we're going to be picking back up again in about 3 minutes or so. Yeah, what's up? Don't worry about that too much. It's hard to get going on any new topic on wherever you decide to start with, and I think that when we get tomorrow more into a design discussion and component discussion, it's going to be a little bit more real than kind of this high level introductory stuff. Where we're going with this is just trying to get you aware going into it that it is money that is driving this market, and we're some of the most advanced students, we want to give them something up front to really prick their interest and say, well, I need to start paying attention for this in my current work. But the class is going to get more focused on the actual components, and that might be a little more accessible to you in the next couple days to come. Yeah, just try to get through it. If you don't understand, the problem with things like tax credits and subsidies is they have so much impact on the industry that you can't ignore them. But there's certainly the kinds of positions you're going to start out with. You don't need to know this stuff, but being able to talk a little bit to these topics will go a long way towards impressing those on your crew to say, well, and so will the component discussion. But this is a long-term resource for you. This is not just a one-time training. This is a comprehensive training, so that when you get into the industry, you can come back and brush up on topics that right now are, a little bit more obtuse or out of reach.
That bottom part doesn't work. Or you have to click on the admin thing, the black bar. If you click on that, it doesn't work.
We're going to pick back up in a minute or so. Yeah, the most important thing right now is for you to use PV watts and just to say, okay, now I can, if I know how large my solar array is, I can put it into PV watts and do an energy estimate. We're gonna. Good, yeah. No, we're gonna be watching some manufacturer installation videos and stuff like that over the next few days. Sure, what's up? Oof. Yeah, sorry. Some of that's choppy. You might have to type in your questions rather than speak them. Yeah, especially you, Isaiah. I don't know why, but your internet connection just has not been working all day. Okay, so jumping back into the discussion here. There's a very important policy in the solar industry called net metering. And the important thing to understand, particularly about residential solar, so solar out in the field, utility scale, they don't worry about net metering. They're just selling all the electricity to the power company under a predefined contract. But if I want to, solar only works for, the middle of the day, primarily between 10 and 3, maybe a little bit before then, a little bit in the evening, but primarily solar is only on for about 6 hours a day. And so if solar is only on for 6 hours a day, but I want to eliminate my entire electric bill, all 24 hours, well, that means in the middle of the day, I have to produce, 3 to 4 times as much electricity as I'm consuming so that the rest of it can be credited towards, evening, morning, and night. Well, the problem is, so what that means is any residential solar array, whether it's a large array or even a small array, is going to export power onto the electric grid. And for a residential solar array that eliminates 100% of the electric bill, maybe 60 to 75% of the power that a solar array is going to produce is going to be sold back to the utility. And how you get compensated for what you export onto the grid is a concept known as net metering. And the federal government does not regulate electricity pricing. And even things like regulating the pollution associated with electricity becomes a political football. And so the federal government coming in and saying, we're going to have one national policy governing grid buyback. They might have that in other countries. They don't have that in the United States. And the real reason for that is that we were the first to have an electric grid. We invented electricity. So we got a little electric grid going around Niagara Falls, and then other power companies start to produce. And so, across the United States, we have just, hundreds and hundreds of power companies. Whereas in a country like Australia, a little bit later to the game in terms of an electric grid, they step in and just do one power company for the whole country. Mexico, one power company for the whole country. Well, the United States, we have tons of power companies, and as much as we say, oh, that's because we're for free enterprise and the government getting out of things, yada yada. Believe me, the government is very much involved in the electric sector. The reason why, but it's just being first to market. We just got tons and tons of power companies. Mississippi is interesting in that when the federal government started saying we need to bring electricity out to everywhere in the United States, one of the first markets they chose was Mississippi. And because of that, Mississippi got a power company there and a power company there and a power company there and a power company there. We have 36 different power companies in Mississippi, and we don't need that many. We just do. And so the way that this is governed is every state sets their own electric policy. And then sometimes the states, particularly up in the Northeast where the states get a little bit smaller, they band together and say, all the states in this region are on one grid and we're going to abide by the same rules. But there's no federal oversight for all these different electric rules. And what that means to solar is the amount that the utility buys back at is going to vary from state to state. And so we were just talking about payback numbers where the average cost of electricity is 15 cents a kilowatt hour, and we were assuming that all of this power being created by the solar array is being bought back by the utility at 15 cents a kilowatt hour. And it may not be. I'm a bit of a masochist for trying to do solar in Mississippi because they don't buy any of this power back at we pay 10 cents for our electricity. They only pay 3 cents for what it's being bought back at. And that's because in Mississippi, we don't have a good net metering law. And so we have no net metering and there's no buyback that's mandated by the state. Other states are completely different. They have very strong net metering laws, and they say for every single kilowatt hour that's sold back to the grid, the customer gets credit for it. And so the question is, are you going to get a retail price credit? If you're being charged 15 cents, are you going to get a 15-cent credit? Or are you going to get something less than that? And so there's different kinds of net metering. The basic one is saying you don't get any net metering, and anything you output onto the grid is bought at a concept known as avoided cost. The avoided cost is if I'm the power company and it costs me $100 to buy coal and dump it into the furnace and generate X amount of electricity, well, because your solar array is generating X amount of electricity, I don't have to buy the coal anymore. And so the avoided cost is not retail price electricity, it's the cost of the coal. It's 1/3 the retail price of electricity. It's a very low number. And utility scale projects are being bought and sold, just above avoided cost. Well, consumers have stepped in and said, no, we need some protection so that when we're exporting to the grid, as long as we're turning back around and buying from the grid, we want fair value for what we're exporting. And so there's different rules that govern it. Some net metering, unlimited net metering is like, okay, well, you get retail credit no matter what. And if at the end of the year you have excess credits, just keep rolling them forward on into infinity and beyond. For every kilowatt hour you sell back to the grid, you'll get a kilowatt hour retail credit for it. Other net metering policies, at the end of the year, if you've generated more than what you've consumed, any surplus is credited at avoided cost. So at the end of the year, whatever you've generated extra that hasn't been bought back, just gets basically given to the utility for cents on the dollar. Some utilities, net metering policies, they do that at the end of the month instead of at the end of the year. And some utilities don't do it at all. And so the short of it is, solar is either going to, the only markets where solar is not a utility driven market. So in every single state, you can find utility owned solar projects and do utility project work. But if you want to do residential work, you need to see what your state metering law is. Fortunately, there's a great website for checking out exactly that. So the website is desireusa.org. No, it is not an adult-oriented website. It's a solar-friendly website. So why don't we go to that? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're off grid, you have to store that electricity in a battery. And so, what you would do is look at how much electricity you would normally be pushing back onto the grid and then kind of size your battery off of that. Off grid's very expensive. So generally when I'm doing off grid, it's because, someone has bought a whole bunch of land and they want to build their house in the middle of their property, but it would cost them $20,000 just to bring the power lines out to where they want to put the building. And so in that case, if they're spending $20,000 just to bring the power out to the property, they might spend $20,000 or more on a battery bank instead. But off-grid is generally very expensive, and in most circumstances, it's going to be most economic just to stay grid-tied and not go off-grid, to pay a small electric bill instead of eliminate your electric bill entirely. Okay, so I put the Desire USA link in the classroom. Let's go check it out for New Jersey and look up their net metering policy. And so if you're not clear on what net metering is at this time, just think of net metering as something that is necessary for residential solar to be a common market. And so the Desire database is not just a net metering resource. It compiles all of the policies that are related to energy for the entire state and federal. So not just solar, but wind, not just renewables, but energy efficiency, not just policies, but incentive programs. And so here are all of the different energy policies in New Jersey. So here's one called solar easements. So this one's kind of interesting. A solar easement is the right to sunlight on your property. So let's say you build a solar array and you're concerned about your neighbors building a building next door that will shade your solar array. In New Jersey, they have solar easements, which means you can go to your permit office and file an easement that says, right now on my property, I have this horizon view that gives me access to sunlight. And if I have an easement and someone should block my access to sunlight, I can take them to court and make them pay me the lost compensation for shading my solar array. And that, to some, I teach a lot of very conservatively minded engineers, and some all across the country. And sometimes they'll scoff and say, like, yeah, that would come out of the Northeast coast, suing someone for the right to sunlight on your property. Well, actually, solar easements go back on the books. You can go back 1,000 years and find laws about solar easements, because back when people were living in caves and they didn't have light inside their buildings, if someone built a mud hut in front of your cave and blocked all your sunlight, you could murder a person for that, back in the Stone Age. So some of these laws that we have modern variances of, actually connect to us much more natively than we really have a good respect for. And so the New Jersey Desire solar easement page is like, okay, well, you're defining like the angle of your horizon view, and the compensation will be related to your solar production, and they cite the state law that you can actually read the terms and conditions for this solar easement. I missed that, so you might have to type that in as a question. Other New Jersey policies. Here's New Jersey's net metering policy. So let's take a look at that. Here's another really good one. Sales tax exemption. That is not, maybe only 20% of states have the sales tax exemption. That's a pretty good one. And then here's another one worth looking at called interconnection standards. So let's take a look at some of those. Another one that takes a good look at is residential solar rights, and property tax exemptions, so that when you put a $50,000 solar array on your property, you do not have even though your property value may go up by $50,000, you're not paying property tax on that additional increase. Some additional laws. And then there's all these other incentives. So let's go through what we've picked out so far, and then maybe we'll briefly talk about some other programs. So the first one is net metering. And what this says is in New Jersey, and so look, it's only for certain utilities. So not always. You get into rural areas outside the city, if you get into electric cooperatives, sometimes the electric cooperatives are exempted from the net metering laws, and they don't have to abide by them. So, it's when you're planning a solar business, it's much better to plan that business around areas that have net metering as opposed to those that don't. And you still have to go and read what the actual net metering policy is. But it says if you have any one of these utilities, and it's not just solar, it's for any kind of renewable power generator. And so New Jersey says this applies to pretty much all different customers. And also it says the system has to be designed to pretty much zero out the electric bill, but not more than that. So no gross overproduction. It says that any excess generation is going to be credited to the customer's bill. And they say on a month to month, it's going to be credited at retail. And then at the end of the year, any excess at the end of the year is going to be credited at avoided cost. So what that means, yeah, go ahead. Let's see. We barely got that audio, just from a sound perspective. So sometimes if you ask questions, if you type them in, it'll get me a little bit better of a response. But yeah, what this is saying is, if you get a customer's electric bill, let's say it's 13,000 kilowatt hours, and you go and you say, okay, well, I know 1 watt produces 1.33 kilowatt hours. So 13,000 kilowatt hours divided by 1.33, that's going to be 10,000 watts, or that's going to be a 10 kilowatt solar array. And so in New Jersey, if a customer has 13,000 kilowatt hours on their electric bill and I sell them a 10 kilowatt solar array, they're not producing more energy production than what they're consuming, so it's an appropriately sized system. And B, there's going to be certain months, in the springtime and in the fall, when you're producing more power than what you're consuming, and that's going to be credited against the summertime months and the wintertime months and effectively zero out their bill. So here you can design a system basically to zero out their annual energy use, because they have an annual net metering policy. Okay. Yeah, so if you're overproducing, so if at the end of the year they've produced 20% more power than what they consumed over the year, then they don't get retail compensation for that. They only get avoided cost compensation. And avoided cost compensation is usually 20 to 30% the retail price of electricity. So if you're producing what you're consuming, then you're generating at 15 cents a kilowatt hour. But if you overproduce at the end of the year and you produce 20% more power than what you consumed, for that 20%, you don't get 15 cents, you only get 5. So it's much less profitable. I mean, these net metering laws are not written so that customers can become power companies and sell back to the grid. They're really just written to say that the customers are entitled to retail value for their production, so long as at the end of the year they're not producing more than what they're consuming. So often these programs, we can see New Jersey's is limited to arrays that are about equal to your production and consumption. In reality, most permitting offices will let you oversize the array by 20% or so to make sure you're hitting that 100% mark every single year. And most solar designs in most net metering states, you're going to try and do a project that's large enough to zero out the customer's bill, or at least their energy use. Let's see, we're not going to get into these RECs yet. These are an additional state level incentive that can make solar even more lucrative. We'll come back to that later. It's more of an advanced thing. Let's take a look at some of these other policies. The sales tax exemption, that's a real good one. In Mississippi, we have a 7% sales tax rate, and that's just 7% that gets added on top of the cost of the project. You don't pay commercial, industrial, residential. They don't pay sales tax on solar power in New Jersey. Interconnection standards. So this is a good one when you're kind of figuring out, well, where do you begin with, like, okay, you have a customer who wants solar. How do you get set up with the power company to actually, connect the array? That's called interconnection. You connect the array to the grid. That's interconnection, and there's an interconnection form or an interconnection agreement that goes along with it. And so here in the New Jersey interconnection policy section, they link to interconnection form. Sometimes they don't link to the interconnection form. They just give you contact information on who you reach out to. Because sometimes utilities have their own interconnection forms. It looks like New Jersey has a statewide form. This says that their agreements vary by size. In other states, they'll only allow you to interconnect residential arrays up to a certain size and no larger. So sometimes these interconnections can be more restrictive. New Jersey's a pretty solar-friendly state in general. And so here we have, it says there's a level 1 application for systems up to 10 kilowatts. And then there's a level 2 that's up to 2 megawatts. And so if I'm a residential designer, I might say, okay, there's no fee for level 1 interconnection. For level 2, there is a fee and maybe a longer approval process. And so I might just stick to 10 kilowatt arrays or less to avoid regulation. Solar rights are pretty interesting. Solar rights are rules against homeowner associations from banning solar power. So homeowners associations can put in aesthetic guidelines to make, the arrays look good and uniform in a community, but they cannot flat out ban solar panels. And then here we have some additional permitting laws. Okay, so the Desire website is also an incentive website. It's not just a policy website. So why don't we take a look at let's just take a look at some incentives. So we got regulatory policies, we got some financial incentives. Let's look at some of their incentives. So, we already saw the sales tax exemption. This looks like it's a biofuel exemption. Here's some information on the solar tax credit. I want to go into New Jersey specific programs. So here's a Cool Advantage program, a residential loan program, an Energy Star program. So these aren't just solar policies; they're also, HVAC programs. Here's a solar loan program. So, again, this is not too much, but like New Jersey for PSEG, for the Public Service Electric and Gas, they have a loan program for commercial, industrial, residential. Some of this stuff is a little bit out of date. So they've probably hit they might have, once they hit 100 megawatts of capacity, then they retire their loan program. Let's see. So we covered net metering. Now let's leave some policy discussion aside and get back into the content. But the takeaway is, the Desire website is a great website for identifying solar incentives and policies in your area. We have a student in New Mexico. Why don't we go look at New Mexico as a comparison? Here we see some of the same things. We have solar easements and rights, just like we saw in New Jersey. Let's take a look at New Mexico's net metering program. And then, one thing that, we see New Mexico's interconnection standards. Let's see, there's the search tool. So New Mexico has a sales tax exemption only to government entities. And so in New Mexico, if you're a solar contractor or a retail supplier, or you're doing a government entity, you can get sales tax exemptions. And so New Mexico's net metering policy, it's credited to the customer's next bill at avoided cost, or excess kilowatt hours are credited to the account and rolled over indefinitely. And so what that says is two things. It says, one, the customer might have a month-to-month net metering, where instead of at the end of the year, they're doing avoided cost reconciliation. It's at the end of the month, they're doing avoided cost reconciliation. Normally, there's not a big enough difference between a monthly net metering plan and an annual net metering plan for that to have much impact on the project design. And then they say that some power companies in New Mexico are just giving, unlimited net metering as well. And I guess the difference is we can go and look at a state that doesn't have any net metering. It's like Texas is a notable example. And you won't find a state level net metering policy in Texas. And at that point, maybe individual power companies have their own policies, but they don't have to. And when you don't have the net metering policy in your state, the residential solar really becomes a smaller market and more of an off-grid market. Okay, so now we're getting back into the program. Okay, so knowing what your net metering policy is, identifying that your power company has a net metering policy is very important, particularly for residential solar. And you can go to the Desire website to find out policy information and standards, as well as some guidance on how to find the actual application forms that you need to connect the solar array to the grid. And so here is a Nevada's net metering, where they allow residential arrays up to 25 kilowatts for retail price. And so they say if your array is 25 kilowatts or less, then you get the retail price electricity. If you're above 25 kilowatts, then you only get avoided costs. So you basically lose your net metering ability for arrays that are larger than 25 kW. So again, this is this is so net metering is primarily a residential policy. Let's talk about some project budget. When I buy my solar panels, I'm located in Mississippi. Mississippi does not have net metering. We do not have a sales tax exemption. We have okay sunlight. We have relatively cheap electricity. And so I have to install at, I guess I don't have to. If I want solar to be a big market, I have to install at a low price. There's still a market for high-end luxury residential solar where the customers don't care about system payback. They just want to have it. That's not the market I'm interested in. I'm interested in a market where you can do solar every day of the week. And so I usually go dumpster diving for my solar panels. Now, out of every system component, the racking, the system electronics called the inverters, all the extra material like the breakers and the service panels and the cable, all of that stuff to me is more important than the actual solar panel itself. The solar panel there are differences between high-end top shelf panels and low-end panels, but they are not as pronounced as the difference between a top shelf inverter and a bottom shelf inverter, or using the cheapest electrical wiring systems possible versus better electrical wiring systems. Like in all of these other categories of costs, I'm much more willing to go with top shelf stuff. But fundamentally, the things that are different about a top shelf solar panel versus a bottom shelf solar panel are either density, and so a top shelf solar panel takes up less space for the same amount of energy. In Mississippi, we have plenty of space. In Long Island, New York, space comes at a premium. And so depending on your market, if you have a whole bunch of extra space, if you have a big giant rooftop, there's really no need to go for a top shelf panel. There may be some aesthetic reasons. Sometimes the top shelf solar panels look better, but there's some mid-range panels that look good as well. We'll get into that when we start talking about the actual design of these systems. So I'm generally buying higher end inverter systems because the inverter is a very common failure point on the system. So you want to spend money where things are going to go wrong. It's very rare to have something go wrong with a solar panel. It is much more common to have something go wrong with the system electronics, with the inverter system. So the very last place that I cut budget on is the inverters. And so what I'm trying to say is, earlier we saw that the average industry pricing is $3 per watt. It is possible to do solar at less than $3 per watt. The amount of subsidies and incentives will sometimes keep the price of solar high. And so if I'm installing in New Jersey or New York, where there's additional incentive budget available for solar power, state subsidies, not just the federal tax credit, but some additional money on top of everything we've discussed to date, then why not install at a high price? When I got into the solar industry 10 years ago, power companies were writing checks to customers to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars. I think the most kind of offensive subsidy check that one of my customers got was they bought a $75,000 residential solar array, and the utility cut them a $50,000 check and put it in the mail, because that's what the incentives were at the time. 10 years ago, there was a lot of grant money available for solar, and people didn't understand that the costs were coming down really quick. And so 10 years ago, in the right markets, you could find customers generating a return on their investment before the array generated a dime of electricity, because like in this one case, the utility paid for 80% of the project cost, and then they got the 30% tax credit on top of that, and they walked away with a 10% profit before even turning the array on. And that's an era that is almost gone by this point. And so as the subsidies come down, if the customer isn't paying for it, if someone else is paying for it, then why not get the BMW instead of the Honda? Why not go for the top shelf if the project is subsidized? So to some extent, the industry costs in the solar industry are higher than what they could be. Installers could be installing around the 250 a watt price point, and still have very profitable and streamlined projects. But if there are subsidies available, why not go higher end? So if I get, we pay sales tax in Mississippi. So if you can back out this sales tax figure because you have a sales tax exemption, you take your dollar per watt installation budget, back out your sales tax, and then you multiply by the federal tax credit effect, which it used to be 30%, now it's 26%. So you have to add that. 76%. Whatever. It was a lot easier when we had to deal with just nice whole numbers, but now the tax credit is 26%. So you take your total project cost, and then you take 26% out because of the federal tax credit, and then divide by your generation rate and your annual production figure. So you start off with $1 per watt pricing, and then you convert watts to kilowatt hours per watt per year, and then your kilowatt hours into dollars. You get $1 per year payback. So we take our project budget, we subtract out the tax credit, the sales tax, and then impact the tax credit. And then we have our generation rate and our production ratio, 13 cents per watt per year, to get to our simple payback. Y'all aren't probably going to be doing economic calculations in your jobs, but this is how it works. Now, this is something that's pretty interesting. So let's say I have the choice between doing these 3 smaller subarrays on the building that face southwest versus the north side of this building that could handle a very large solar array, but it's facing north or northeast. So it's like, well, that's not, the northeast side of the building is not particularly productive. But the south side of the building, in this case, can only hold a very small array. It's worth crunching the numbers to consider doing the entire rooftop and not just the smaller arrays on the south side of the rooftop. Because if I do a very small solar array, there's a minimum amount of money that an installation crew has to make off a project. Otherwise, they don't have a project. Even a handyman is not going to show up on someone's site to work for $5. There's a minimum amount of take-home pay everyone has to make off a project. And so the larger the project, the larger the budget is, the the more money there is for everyone to take home. And so generally speaking, the larger the project is, the lower the price. And so you can get into situations where, and this might be a little bit of an extreme example, but say a very small solar array might have a very high dollar per watt cost, whereas a little bit larger of a solar array could have a much lower dollar per watt cost. And so, it's not just the direction and how much energy the array will produce. It's also, does your project size make sense to have it even be worth your while? And if you can talk the customer into doing a project that is substantially larger, you might be able to get them a low enough installation price for the project to make sense. Now, this roof is a particularly shallow roof. And on a shallow roof, the tilt angle doesn't matter as much. So if I have a low slope roof, if my rooftop is only a 5-degree pitch or less, what most would call a flat roof. A lot of flat roofs are not perfectly flat because they want the rainwater to drain off, but they're almost flat. And so if I have an almost flat roof and it faces north, but really the roof is almost flat, that can still be a viable rooftop. Kind of skip forward a little bit. Not trying to spend too much time on economics. So when you're looking at like a residential rooftop, let's see, this faced south and this surface faces east, and on the other side here is this array that faces west. And so we have an east facing roof, we have a west facing roof, we have a south facing roof. Basically what you want to do is size up any rooftop areas that can hold a small amount of solar panels. And so for me, that's about 8 panels. And if the roof surface can hold about 8 panels, then that's a good roof surface. And at that point, I'm really just trying to cover up the entire roof surface. When we learn more about solar design, it'll get a little bit more nuanced than that. But, basically, if you have what you want is to install a couple of unbroken solar arrays. You don't want to just play Tetris with the roof and try and fit as many solar panels as you can in kind of a screwball configuration, because that takes a lot longer. You want to be able to get up on that roof, to get to that project site, install it, and then get off the project site. So the more simple the array layout, where you can just put panels along a row, then maybe some more panels along the row, and maybe just 2 or 3 sections, is going to be a lot more simple and a lot more quick and a lot better for everyone. You can get a better price to your client. You don't get stuck in a really complicated array layout. Simplicity is good in solar design. Let's go ahead and skip this slide. We've kind of already covered it, which is that just a reminder, on most residential systems, the solar production is being outflowed onto the grid, and maybe this production goes and gets credited via net metering to the off-peak times. But if you don't get any value, if you don't have any net metering, then you don't get any value for this, or maybe just avoided cost for that, then you don't have a project. Let's see, battery inverters. Let's talk about battery inverters a little bit later. I don't think we're ready for that just yet. Okay, let's talk about the commercial market. I don't know y'all's work experience backgrounds. I know a lot of you are heading for utility scale solar project work, and that's great work. Residential work is pretty good, consistent work. You can find work at residential, a little bit more dangerous. It's tougher, but that's your advantage of being young, is that you can do the work without being completely dead at the end of the day. You lose that as you get a little older. Although anyone who works in labor has to develop some strength to see it through as a career path. We had a question earlier in the program. I forget who asked it, but it was like, well, what's the best application? What is the very, very best? And what's exciting is that the answer to this changes over the years. The problem with commercial solar is that they have not had the right rate structure to be a viable market. So residential customers have net metering. And so net metering has created the residential market. And most states have net metering. There's a few holdouts, and those holdouts don't have much solar industry to speak of. The utility scale market does not need net metering because they just have a direct contract with the utility to buy all of the electricity that comes out of the array. But commercial businesses are billed differently for their electricity than residential. So let's see. Do I still have the power company pulled up there? So yeah, here is that residential electric rate for Jersey Central Power and Light. So we see we have a couple of different rate structures. We're going to talk about these later, but basically the energy charge is a kilowatt hour charge. So they're paying 15, 16 cents a kilowatt hour for this electric rate structure. Businesses are billed differently. Businesses are billed not just for the energy they use, but the power they use. So let's look at New Jersey. It looks like we're in the right spot for businesses. So let's look at New Jersey electric bills. A lot of this stuff you just get used to glazing over. We're looking for the actual billing rate structure. So I'm kind of just fast forwarding through this phone book of rates and looking for something that is actually resembling an electric bill. So here's costs for different services. Not quite there yet. We're at this, so we're not looking at what we need to be looking at. Let's see. Here we go. I think it'll be in this document. Okay, so all right, here we go. So this is what businesses look like. So keep in mind, this is still in New Jersey. So in the same area where residential customers are paying 15 cents a kilowatt hour for their electricity, here the customer is only paying, and it's hard because they, whenever you have a 68-page electric bill, it's going to be hard. But here we got two different services. We got basically a penny a kilowatt hour for transmission, and then we got these additional basic generation rider rates for additional. But then we got a distribution charge, and the energy charge is, again, it's another penny. This is a half penny a kilowatt hour. So our transmission charge is a penny a kilowatt hour plus a half penny a kilowatt hour. It's actually a little bit less than that. So it's still about a penny a kilowatt hour plus this, whatever this basic generation service rider is. Basic generation service. Let's see if we can find what it is. They're not gonna tell me. I'm gonna just have to guess at this, I think. And so once you start owning your own solar company and doing commercial work, you're always trying to get a copy of the customer's electric bill so that you actually know what you're dealing with, so that you don't have to guess on these charges and see how they follow through. But it should have been right here. We got the basic generation service rider for commercial and industrial electricity pricing. And we already saw the transmission charge, and then we see additional charges, a reconciliation charge, whatever that means. Basically, what we see here is the residential service charge, where you still have that penny a kilowatt hour for transmission, and then you have the energy charges, and then you have these distribution charges that range from that go up to about 6 cents a kilowatt hour. And then the energy charge goes up to the total charge goes up to 15 cents. So maybe the distribution charge and the transmission charge are 7 out of those 15 cents. And let's see, why did I say all this? There is a reason. Let's get back to that commercial page. Residential, no, we need general service. Yeah. This is what we needed right here. So now so we saw that with residential customers, the bill is all based off kilowatt hours. Well, here's a general service rate structure for a business where they're being billed by the kilowatt hour. But the kilowatt hour rate is lower than what it is for a residential customer. So, we're talking about, instead of being 5 cents to 6 cents for excess kilowatt hours, it's a penny or 2, maybe 3 pennies for excess kilowatt hours. And there might be additional charges on top of that. But what they're doing is, out of that, at the end of the day, businesses and residential customers pay about the same. They're both paying about 15 cents a kilowatt hour. but how you get there is a lot more complicated for a business than it is for a homeowner. These public utility commissions have said homeowners need simple electric bills, but a business, especially a large business, we're going to let you bill them however you want, make it very complicated. We think that you know what's best. And what that has resulted in is another charge on a commercial bill called a demand charge. And what is particularly of note is that demand charges are based on kilowatts and not kilowatt hours. So what is the difference? This is all very detailed, advanced stuff. It takes a long time to really understand and appreciate it. But right now, what is the difference between a kilowatt and a kilowatt hour? A kilowatt is instantaneous. A kilowatt does not have the hour component. So there's a kilowatt and a kilowatt hour, and you literally get a kilowatt hour by multiplying a kilowatt by 1 hour. You get a kilowatt hour. There is a technical difference between power and energy. Energy is power multiplied by time. Power is instantaneous. Energy is time-based. And so when you plot it out on a graph, here on our y-axis, we have kilowatts. And here on our x-axis, we have hours or time. And so kilowatts multiplied by time is the area under this curve. And the area under this curve is literally kilowatt hours. And so a residential electric bill is calculated based off this area under the curve, the kilowatt hours. And that comes out to be, in New Jersey, 15 cents a kilowatt hour. But for businesses, even though if they take their total bill and they divide by all of their energy, they may still get 15 cents a kilowatt hour. How they actually get there is very different. Maybe only half of their bill is kilowatt hours. And so you're paying 15 cents a kilowatt hour for your electricity. A commercial business may only pay 7 cents a kilowatt hour for their electricity. They may be buying electricity for half of what you are as a residential customer. But the other half of a commercial bill is the kilowatt demand charge, which is what is the maximum power that the building draws from the electric grid, usually over the course of the month. And so there are examples of electric bills out there where 80% of the business's electric bill comes from one 15-minute window of the entire month. Their maximum demand for the entire month, that 15-minute period of maximum demand, can sometimes comprise the bulk majority of a business's electric bill. And so where the most economic application of solar power is today is actually to deploy that power not every day of the week, not every hour of the day, but to store the energy in a battery and deploy it during that maximum 15-minute window. And for the last 10 years, batteries have been too expensive to make that worthwhile. And so the commercial market, because they don't have the high energy rate, net metering doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they get a kilowatt hour credit on their bill because their kilowatt hours are cheaper than residential kilowatt hours. So net metering with commercial doesn't make sense. And so for the last 10 years, the residential market has been supported by net metering, but the commercial market has not. And what's changing about the market today, and I mean literally like this year and last year, and it's increasing further. So like when I got into the solar industry, the solar market in general was growing 100, 200% a year, just by leaps and bounds. Now it's growing at like 10 to 20% a year. So it's still growing, but much more slowly. The commercial market has not experienced the growth that residential and utility scale have experienced in years past because of how they were billed for their electricity. But batteries are like the last piece of that puzzle. And batteries are coming in and now saying, instead of covering the whole rooftop with solar, let's put a small solar array on the roof and only generate enough to not do the whole bill, but just the peak. And then we will store it in a large battery and deploy it during peak times. And peak times, by definition, are worth more than off-peak times. And so the commercial market has had to kind of sit on the sidelines for a decade, watching utilities have fun with utility scale contracts and residential have fun with residential net metering. And they've said, well, wait a minute, we've been left out in this. And because in this case, the facility has their peak in the early morning. And that's very common. In the wintertime, if you're on electric heat, you're going to heat your building in the early morning. And so you're going to have a huge spike in electric load and not much the rest of the day. And so solar producing during the daytime doesn't do anything to reduce that peak load. And so even though solar is producing all of this energy, it's not impacting the electric bill because the demand charge doesn't change. And even when a facility has their peak demand in the middle of the day, when solar array is on, one cloud in the sky can turn the array off and then back on again. And so if your peak demand is occurring on a day when there's one cloud in the sky and that one cloud decides to sit on top of your solar array for 15 minutes, you don't get any demand savings. And so commercial solar has had this problem where solar is producing peak demand electricity but not getting peak demand value. And so the commercial market has fallen way behind. But with the advent of cheap lithium-ion batteries, all of a sudden what was the Achilles heel of commercial solar is now more economic than any other option, because you can just design the array to go after that peak energy and not worry about the cheaper off-peak energy. And so that's just kind of, it's fascinating to me to see it happen, where this commercial market has been repressed for 10 years, but now it's coming roaring back. And so if you go and work in utility scale solar for a few years until the tax credit expires, right now the tax credit is supposed to expire in 2023. So you work in the solar industry out in the field in utility scale solar till 2023, most likely you're going to move on to a commercial battery site after that. So, the battery industry is coming on so strong that while we'll still call it the solar industry, it'll really be the battery industry in terms of where the money's being spent. And so the way a commercial battery system works is here's like the first day of the month, and the battery system's only so big. And so this whole graph is called a load profile. And the building commercial load comes on, and then once it reaches a certain threshold, the battery kicks in, and it's a little hard to see, but it keeps that commercial demand lower than what it would normally be. And then on the next day, it sees the demand surging again, and so it cuts it out again. And the next day, it just says, okay, well, we're trying to keep it below this level. And so this load was a little bit higher, and so we ran out of battery capacity, and so this is our new benchmark. There's some intelligence put into these battery systems, but all the solar array is doing is recharging the battery. And so commercial solar is more complicated of a design process. I can tell you, solar installers don't even understand the value of commercial batteries. So there's installation companies out there that aren't even looking at the commercial marketplace, but it will be the most valuable solar market years to come. So, in 10 years ago, there was no tax credit for solar. There was no net metering policies for solar, and the commercial market was the largest segment. Then net metering came on, and the tax credit came on, and utility scale projects skyrocketed. Because if you're going to do $1 million solar project and get a $300,000 tax credit, then why not do a $10 billion solar project and get a $3 billion tax credit? One of the main things about the tax credit is there's no limit to what you can, budgetary limit to what you can claim. It's almost dangerous in that way. And so when the solar tax credit was passed into law in 2008, it was actually a Bush administration thing rather than an Obama administration thing. This renewables is much more bipartisan than what the politics on the news will lead you to believe. But actually, it was Dick Cheney who was advocating for the solar tax credit this time around. This weird, strange bedfellows in the energy sector for sure. But the way that the solar tax credit really created the utility scale market, and net metering laws created the residential market. The commercial market didn't have any of those policy driven advantages, but slowly but surely, technology comes down in cost, and other technologies improve, like battery storage, to now we're starting to see the commercial market growing and growing and growing, and eventually it'll regain its position as top dog. So this is kind of what, when I'm teaching engineers and architects, what I'm steering them towards is to say, look at this, in an area where residential solar is, like we were talking about New Jersey with net metering. You're producing about 1.3 kilowatt hours per watt per year at 15 cents a kilowatt hour. At a $250 a watt installation cost with the tax credit, you get down to about a 9-year payback or a 10-year payback. But in the same market where the business is, instead of paying 15 cents a kilowatt hour, they're paying 8 cents a kilowatt hour, but they also have this demand charge. It's the combination of the two, the solar array plus the battery can result in the best payback. So commercial solar is a very viable market to consider and look at. Okay, so today we are going to do a sample quiz. It's going to be an easier quiz than other programs, but we got to chart your attendance and see where you're at individually. So we're going to end at 5 today. We're about to go into our quiz. But the last topic I want to talk about is something that, I'm kind of getting more and more into personally in my career. And I saw that maybe half the people in class are HVAC guys. And so I thought, well, y'all need to know about this because I'm actually getting closer to HVAC installation in terms of value optimization. And that is smart home load control. So we see with commercial batteries, it's all about reducing that peak demand. To say, can we turn on a battery to eliminate the peak load? And furthermore, with solar, we see that there's a mismatch between what your home load or building load is and when the solar array is producing. And batteries, despite what they're doing to the commercial market, they're still very expensive. And so the last real piece of the puzzle is, can we make our devices smarter to better coincide with our energy and storage? So I have a off-grid customer in a very large house, and we're trying to run it on a very small solar array. And so the question is, well, does the water heater need to come on at the same time as the air conditioner? Because if I have the water heater and the air conditioner come on at the same time, I get a spike. But if I could get the water heater and the air conditioner to come on at different times, I get more of a smooth curve. And it's that spike in power that is hard on commercial electric bills and also stresses the limits of any system. So that's why commercial customers have demand rate structures, is to try and encourage them to keep their peak demand down. And so what smart home stuff can do is it can get your thermostat to talk to your solar array and to talk to your electric tank water heater and other heavy appliances to start making these appliances work in tandem with each other rather than just randomly turning on and off. And so in the Discord, I have a whole class dedicated to smart home load control, and we get into how to set up these projects. And so we'll come back to this topic. It's time to kind of get into the quiz and be done with class today. But there's a whole world of solar ancillary services where right now every solar installer out there is putting solar on rooftops and relying on net metering. But in the future, solar installers are going to be installing batteries alongside of solar. And then the next step is, well, can we get our air conditioning systems and water tanks and other heavy electrical loads to be able to absorb more of the solar energy with less outflow onto the electric grid? So, for example, you might have a deep freezer, and that deep freezer runs 24/7. Well, if you had two deep freezers and you filled both of them halfway up with ice or gallon jugs of water, instead of the deep freeze running 24/7, the deep freezer might only need to run 12 hours a day if it's halfway full of ice. And so if it only needs to run 12 hours a day, can 6 of those hours be when the sun's up? And by making the deep freeze with those gallons of jugs of water, work harder chilling them when the sun's up and work less at night, you get into some battery storage components without using batteries. So we'll talk a little bit more about smart home load control over the next few days as well, although not nearly as much as the solar and probably not as much as batteries. But it is a class within the Discord it's a 2-hour class. That's pretty fun. It makes a great, if you're stuck at home, buying spending about $200 on smart home stuff and getting a smart home network set up in your home for energy management can actually be quite profitable. So we'll talk about that later. Okay, so for now, we're going to talk about, we're going to get into the quiz. And let's see, I need to add one more question, and then I'm going to send it out. So this is a very basic quiz. It should not take you long to complete. But what you need to do is give me your name and your email address so I can track it. Okay. And so with that, we're going to just all stay online and do this quiz. Today's quiz we're going to kind of do together, and it's going to be a softball quiz. But these quizzes will get more technical as the days go on. So I'm putting the quiz link into the Discord classroom. So go ahead and just click that quiz and submit the answers. Yeah, you don't need to put your email address in the chat. Sorry, I was a little confused on that. You'll put your email address in the quiz form while filling it out. So go ahead and click that quiz. Click through it. Let me know if you have any problems. You shouldn't, but if you do, we'll pick it back up tomorrow. When you're done with the quiz today, then unless Tony's in the classroom and wants to say anything, or unless Solar Landscape's in the class and they want to say anything, otherwise we'll just pick back up tomorrow at 8 a.m. Tomorrow we're going to talk more about the actual solar components, about modules and inverters, to get a better understanding of solar design. We're also going to talk about some site safety issues and focus more on the job at hand. So hopefully this has been a good introduction for y'all. You know how to determine solar performance. A resource to go to, find out information on solar incentives and policies. You should understand that, without knowing how much the solar electricity is actually worth, you're just spinning your wheels. So starting with the economics is necessary if you want to work for yourself in this industry down the road. At the same time, there's no reason to jump in without any knowledge and try and start your own company. The time for doing that was 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago. Now you have the opportunity to work in solar for a few years before doing something on your own. That's the opportunity you should take. So the solar recording will be posted later tonight. It takes me to upload it to YouTube and do some minor editing, but the recording will be in this classroom later tonight. I'm more than happy to stick around for after hours Q&A or questions, but even if you're at 9 p.m. tonight, if you want to jump on the Discord and ask a question, more than likely you'll get an answer, because this is on my phone, it's on your phone, it's supposed to be a continuous resource, but we're going to get it all done in one shot over the course of this week. So with that, thank you for your attendance today. Go ahead and take the quiz, and I'm going to pass it back to Tony or Solar Landscape if they want to say anything, and then I'll stick around for any Q&A afterwards, but y'all don't have to. All right, Tony, are you still there by any chance? All right, what about Solar Landscape? Cool. So take the quiz. With that, that's officially the end of the class today, and we'll post the recording and see you back here later. Yeah, 8 a.m. Even if you're in New Mexico and you're just rolling out of bed, get Discord on your phone and open up that app at 6 and get into the program. Tomorrow we'll be taking breaks at like 10 a.m. and noon and 3. We're going to be taking some half-hour breaks, a 1-hour break for lunch. There's no grading on this particular quiz. This is the one just to see if y'all have any problems filling it out. The quizzes the rest of the week are going to be a little bit more serious and should take you the full half hour. All right. Well, I'll stick around a few more minutes if anyone wants to talk shop or have any questions.
When is the recording going to be available?
The recording, yeah, we covered that.
Okay.
I do need to stop the recording so it doesn't get too long. If you haven't introduced yourself in the Discord channel, there's a section for that. I recommend putting your name and what you do in the industry and what kind of work you're looking for. There's a lot of solar installers and other business professionals in this community, and the more students we have in it, the more it becomes a network. So you never know who's looking in that introduce yourself section. It's searchable. Put your location. Say that say what city you're in and state, so that someone is in your area looking to hire. They might reach out to you. Yeah, looks like everyone's responses are coming in through just fine on the quiz. Yeah, Robert, I got yours. No problem. Isaiah, I got yours as well. I've gotten way more than that. I've gotten like 10 responses so far. We're still on. I'll mute my. Now we're stop.